I was thinking in the shower about sharing a little bit about this experience. Trying to share what's relatable to me, trying to share about the experience that's relatable to my experience, basically. A really important dimension of my experience, because it's difficult. It's difficult to talk about these kinds of things. But a big part of it, a major part of it is so whatever's here right now, that's just what's here. That's just what's happening right now. Does that make sense? So there's a seeing into that this is just what it is. There's nothing outside of what's being experienced right now. That is to say, and I'm pulling from a little bit of outward knowledge, but you can feel anger, and lust and fear, and certainly suffering. But it is just right here. So like I can empathize with, okay, I'm going to tell people about how my life is going, what's going on with my life, but I'm not I'm not necessarily seeing it that way. I could be forced to see it that way, I suppose, but naturally, conveniently, most of the time I want to be in a natural, convenient way of being anyway, but when it is that way, the environment, then I wouldn't be seeing myself in terms of yesterday or what happened, even though that's there and I can empathize with that. I can relate with what happened. I can relate with yesterday. But I'm not seeing the implicit need to identify as that or with that now. I'd say to myself, well, you let that go, man. But in this experience happening now, I think a self would be a movie idea, character, person in a story. But, I mean, I love movies. I watch a lot of movies, but that's not real. And I see myself in a similar way to that. It's not even I'm seeing myself in a similar way. That's the experience seems to be of this self, like what's going on. Like, oh, I'm going to go over there because that's going to be nice. I'm going to go to the fridge. I'm going to get the Diet Coke or whatever happens to be in there. You see what I'm saying? Well, I'm not doing that now, and I'm not over there. So am I here? But I think people maybe confuse it a little bit in terms of, maybe I shouldn't say, maybe I confuse it sometimes, a lot of the time, in terms of thinking about words and things. But I can feel in this experience, seems like there's not a lot of words in all these things. You know, like in a sound or a sight. But I've still got a long way to go on my journey, I'll tell you that right now. And it's very frustrating sometimes because I'd rather be done with it, and I don't really know what to do. And I'm not saying this for you to tell me something, right? Because I'm not asking you for that. But I'm saying that, you know, ultimately in a deeper sense, I hate when people do that, right? That's the worst. In a deeper sense, you know, there's a sense of being lost. Truly, there's a feeling like that of being lost. And it can feel surreal sometimes. It doesn't tend to be, that's probably one of my better qualities, is it doesn't tend to be like mystical or aggrandized. You know, I don't think, at least from where I sit, there's not much profound going on here. I'm not a particularly profound person most of the time, you know. But I would say there's a weirdness or a lostness or a mysteriousness just in the way that it is right now. But when I say the way that it is right now, I'm not talking about like what you thought about that or what I'm thinking about that. I'm not talking about that. You see what I'm saying? And I've really enjoyed recently having some conversations, and I felt like I've gotten some really good feedback. We've had some Zoom calls. We've gotten people complaining about me recording them without their permission, but you know, I just want to move past that. But these calls with these very serious practitioners, and that's very rewarding, and I think it's very informative. But you know, have you been practicing meditation seriously for more than 10 years? I certainly haven't. So these people are very rare and they're very difficult to get your hands on. Very difficult to have experiences with. I don't mean to speak out of turn by saying it that way, but you know, I'm just trying to share what I can about this experience. And, I can see that part of myself that's hiding. I feel like I need to hide myself in some ways from others. It's very true, you do. Some baggage that I can carry with me, other people can't carry. But I can see as well that there are things in me, I've felt this for a long time, even growing up. There are things in me that I've been forced to hide from myself. I believe that. So this journey and this path work has been about me fixing that, but it's not fixed yet. There's parts of myself, inside myself, that I'm afraid of, that I'm confused by, that I don't understand. So in that way, there's barriers, there's boundaries in myself. There's boundaries in my mind that haven't been relieved, haven't been opened up, and I don't know how to open them up, and it's frustrating. It's confusing. It drive you crazy. It's driven me crazy many times, few times, that specifically. Trying to fix it, trying to get to the bottom of it. And the way that I express, the way that I share is kind of a mirror unto that. This idea of being enlightened, or this idea of ending suffering, this idea of nibbana, being finished, ending suffering, I'm very serious about that idea. So why can't somebody just tell me what it is and give me the pill? I take an enlightenment pill and then let it be done. And because it doesn't work that way, seems to be this endless confusion, this endless samsara coming up for me that I have to go through again and again and again and again. Drives me fucking crazy. You see why people go and kill themselves, don't you? I do. It's got to be a relief. I'm not the one who's talking about the other side of the coin. I don't know. But if I look for myself, I can't find myself here. Well, hi, I'm Dr. Rob. Cut off my hands and my feet, hook up tubes to my body. Right? So is that Dr. Rob? I've always found that interesting. I've talked to people about that before. We're going to get to that as well. This is a big topic that's been coming up recently. But if I thought one way at this moment, which is when it really matters, I can't see any other moment in my life mattering more than this, right? Just factually, just practically. I'm sure anybody would agree to that in some sense, if you're really bringing yourself to this moment. So if I thought one thing or I acted one way, couldn't I act the opposite way? If I was saying good things about myself, couldn't I say bad things about myself? Couldn't I mean it? Doesn't this side imply that side? Doesn't good, not imply necessarily maybe with sides, but with good and bad, that they inter-are. Does good imply bad? That's stupid, isn't it? And then maybe that bridges into wisdom. So I don't like to think about anything. One of my core traumas, my original memories, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I've got a lot of repressed memories going up, and you're not a psychologist, and you're not a wealthy psychologist in New York. I don't want to hear anything from you, whoever you are, about psychoanalyzing me. You don't have a degree. But what I'm saying is one of my core memories in first grade. Maybe that's when this trauma happened, kind of after first grade. That's when I started to black out and have all these repressed memories. And this first grade teacher, because I used to be very, I don't know, very open-minded, open-winded, like just very free with, reading, doing voices and things like that. Even as a young child, that's another memory. I remember enjoying reading and doing voices with a little group of children, because I was a child too. And this first grade teacher, she looked at me, she got on top of me one day, and she said it so directly to me, and it penetrated into my mind, you need to think before you speak. And it seems like I've heard a lot of smart people say that, but I don't like that. I don't agree with that. On a fundamental level, I think that there's something wrong with that approach. Maybe it's the right approach in the wrong situation, or it's the skillful approach in the midst of unskillfulness, but why am I responsible for the unskillfulness of the world? Why am I responsible for myself, for that matter? Especially if there is no self. Not like you can talk to any of these people that can functionally answer those questions. And they'll probably have a bunch of people around them, so they won't even answer you. They'll fucking say something to everybody else, because they're so busy. So I don't want to think at all, actually. I just want to be free. I just don't want to suffer. I don't want to be the teacher. I don't want to be the student. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be there. I don't want to have anything to do with this or that. I want to be gone. Gone, gone, gone beyond. If I'm representing for myself, I'm saying that's what I really want. But it just doesn't seem to work. The meditation doesn't seem to work. The Buddhist teachings don't seem to work. Not really. Not like opium seems to work. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, because sometimes it does work very well, doesn't it? For me, to meditate. But a lot of times it makes it worse. A lot of times meditation makes it worse. So this is the other element. People's thoughts, people's opinions, people's ideas, meaning your ideas, your thoughts, your opinions. I don't want them. There's a very, very large probability that there are some people, I'm not talking about the people that this is not those people, right? So the world, there's all kinds of people in the world, not just you, right? But there's probably a lot of people here, and I want you to help me work with this and question this, look into this. You want to hear my voice. But I don't ever want to hear your voice. You want to see me. I don't ever want to see you. And I deal with a lot of people. I deal probably with more people than most people deal with. Right? But the person I don't want to deal with more than anybody else is me. That's why I don't think about other people so much. Because nobody's a bigger problem for me than me. Nobody's holding me back more than me. Nobody is more problematic in my life than me. And I know that to be true. But what can I do about it? Honestly. If there's no time, there's no space, there's no person, there's no place, there's no situation, there's no things, what can I do about it? And what is this I that's going to do something about it? And I'll tell you what it's not. It's not your thought about it. What am I going to do about this chair? Well, it's not going to have anything to do with you, is it? So what am I going to do about my mind? Well, I'm certainly not going to take the opinion of people that aren't enlightened, that I don't think aren't enlightened when it comes to the mind. If I don't think you're enlightened, I don't want your opinion. Not interested. I don't care. I'm a Buddhist. I love non-duality. I love stream entry. I love Sotapanna, Sakyagami, Anagami, Arahat, the 10 Bodhisattva bhumis. I love people who spent decades going to intensive meditation retreats, unpacking, understanding their mind. I want enlightenment more than I want anything else in this world. but I can't get it. At least not in the way that I want it. And maybe that enlightenment is like a want to understand. I want to understand. I want to understand my mind. I want to understand myself. I want to understand what's going on. But I can't. I'm not able to understand what's going on. And I'm not in control of what's going on. I'm not in control of my own mind. I'm not in control of my own body. Just in the same way that I'm not in control of the walls. I'm not in control of the light. I'm not in control of the electricity. I'm not in control of my central nervous system. I'm not in control of my eyes. I'm not in control of my ears. I'm not in control of my nose. Not in control of my heart beating. Not in control of my lungs breathing. You're not in control of your life. I'm not in control of my life. Why are we so afraid of that? Why am I so resistant to the fact that I'm not in control? And then we say, don't try to control anybody else, but just get this under control. Fuck that shit. There is no this. There is no this. From where I sit, from how I experience it, there is no this and that. Except when there is. It's temporary. Like this doesn't stay a camera. Even this, like this, what you're seeing and hearing now doesn't stay live. It's not live anyway. But it doesn't stay live. So we could say that it's live now, and now time is framing through the pipes of the download, upload, and it's going to you, you're seeing it. So let's say that's live. But the same thing won't be live a few minutes from now. It's still there, but it's not live anymore. The elephant in the room is people who they look up to me. They see me as a teacher. They see me as an enlightened person, probably because they consider themselves a little bit enlightened. That's always the wink. We're always finding a way to give ourselves a reach around. But see me as somebody who has insight. And people as well that are, giving me money. Because they believe in some sense. I mean, I'm not going to speak for them, but see insight here. see wisdom here, see compassion here. They better. What do they give me that money for, you know? People listening to me, people allowing me to be the only person speaking at the campfire. But that's been that way for a long time, you know, being a monk and all that. I appreciate it. You probably use feedback's always helpful in this experimental kind of work that we do. Feedback is very helpful. But I suppose the best feedback is the continuity of the following along and the practicing along, whatever you can do. All right, any questions, comments? Yeah, that's great, Asmiel. That's quite good. That's quite, yeah, it's a good... Well, I'm not that far along. I'm not the moon and water. I'm maybe like a toilet that hasn't been flushed fully yet. Or at all. I mean, why not at all? I don't trust myself. I don't believe myself. You guys believe in yourself? Do you believe in yourself? If anything, I hate myself, whatever that is. I want to kill it. I want to murder it. I want to torture it to death. I want to burn it in dhyana, in absorption. I want to starve it. I want to punish it. I want to torture it. I want to rape myself in a certain sense. And I don't think that's correct. I think that's still the I, the revolutions of the I. Because if raping yourself was the answer, then going to meditation retreats or like just motivation itself, working out, going to the gym, would make you enlightened or something like that. Let's help with that. Let's help with that, okay? I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sorry. Just act like none of this is happening, okay? All right. That never happened.
At KK Returns donated $1.99 through Super Chat. Do we ever truly reach the truth of understanding?
Well, that, KK, that's kind of what it seems like here. Is that the I is absent in the truth of understanding. And that's, I can joke around a little bit, but there is no I in the truth of understanding. Actually, there is, isn't there? There's one I. So that would be like the unified self. But still, if it's like saying if everybody's special, then nobody's special. If everybody's wealthy, then nobody's wealthy. That's a stupid thing to say. But I'm more of a Buddhist than a Advaita Vedanta guy. You know what I mean? But yes, I'm seeing a lot of good comments here today. And please do send a super chat, text to speech. Everybody can hear it. I can see it. And you can give me some money if you want. I don't mind. Okay, C. Thackeray says, I hate myself too. I don't believe in myself. I feel like I don't belong anywhere and that I'm nothing in this world. Well, that's kind of a different problem, C. Thackeray. That's not really what I'm saying, but I think that probably for a lot of, so it's funny because if we wouldn't all agree that there's a lot to hate in ourselves, that it seems like that a lot of the times, I'm sure that somebody else around here would agree that there's something worthy of hating in you. But generally, C. Thackeray, you need to put forth a little bit more energy if you have that kind of negative mindset. Metta meditation. In some sense, Glizzy Hendricks, Nitin Kumar, that's a very wrong thing to say because, first of all, it's implying localized enlightenment and agency, and it's doing it in a like absolute way, is like a rule of law. So it's very, very wrong. Well, the big thing that I've learned in my journey is that if people give me money, they will feel better about themselves. maybe like post humor. Maybe that would be like called post humor, post comedy, post comedy, or just post comedy, post humor. I think that's what it would be called, is post humor. It's like a non-dual joke, like an I joke, a you joke, a control joke, a want joke, a desire joke, a fear joke. All the thoughts that would go along with something like that. Well, this yeah, this idea, that's what I was really trying to say, that a lot of like us talking in this kind of context is just baseless. And we have to, as people who are showing up here, I'm also one of the people showing up here, right? I just have different access to technology that you don't.
At KK Returns donated $1.99 through Super Chat. Are you feeling blocked up from lack of play?
So it's kind of like Troy. Anybody here ever heard of this movie called The Odyssey? When you're leaving a comment or you're writing a comment, you're saying something. Just generally, you're saying something to me, or you're saying something in this space. With just writing something down and saying something, it's like shooting arrows at the wall of Troy. There has to be a Trojan horse of some kind to get inside the heart. Right? And this isn't a war. This is kind of like a collaborative space for contemplative inquiry. Sue me. Oh, I get it. A lot of people don't like me, right? And people know I'm not particularly wealthy, and they think that that's funny. So you have to put something in to get something back, is what I'm saying. And this is a space, kind of a meditative, contemplative space, where hopefully we can generate something deeply within ourselves to give. So that communication can take place, collaboration can take place, cooperation can take place. And I as well. I have a problem with the social media, with just like the views, it's difficult. Because a part of my mind, a part of my brain is saying that each person here, like how many people are here, it shows me, it says there's 45 people here right now, that each one of those people is like a real person that's showing up and sitting down in this meditation hall, in this contemplative hall. Dr. Rob's Monk Life Meditation Contemplative Hall, right? And you just see that there's constantly people coming in and going out. That alone is a little bit difficult to work with. And then you also see like people speaking up from perspectives and from positions that are very disconnected from the energy that's on the table here. And that's also very difficult. And watching, because I'm also trying to keep in mind that like there's some clean slates, or there's some people that are watching this from a open mind or something like that. And I want to, or maybe just being receptive to the energy. I don't really believe in that stuff, but should be that way. You should be able to feel what I'm feeling generally in some sense if you're tuning into this. You should be able to like feel my view or feel my mental emotional sensibility right now. Right? And trying to see that that's not being disrupted by other people's energy. So it is a practice. It is a practice. It's a way of practice. And that's why I got the idea to do this, some fucking random, whatever that title is. So like right now, I feel very peaceful. But it's not hippy dippy shit. It's like not so thought based. It's just a feeling. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm not trying to feel peaceful. I just feel generally peaceful right now. I don't feel the need to compulsively think. And if I closed my eyes right now and smiled, there's a lot of genuineness in that smile. And what is a real smile or a fake smile anyway? It's like that movie Odysseus. When they break down the gates of Troy, for those Spartans, every smile is a fake smile. So there's all kinds of things going on with how we interact with one another that might not be easily apparent from our first glance or our first way of thinking about it. This is why the understanding of guest and host is really important, really useful. So if you don't have any belief in being a moral person, and that can take many different values, but like as an American moral person, in my house, I got a fucking gun. So if you come to my house and you're disrespecting me, you're disrespecting my wife, you've been told to leave and you don't, I use the gun to kill that person if they're a threat to my life in America. You guys know what I'm talking about, Another thing is people have to learn how to be more generous with their, like how they take what someone else is saying and not immediately jumping to the easiest assumption of how it's not trying to convey something that has actual meaning or substance. The point is that in me opening up this space, in me opening up my door, I'm responsible for the home, the space that people come into. And that in this case scenario, it's the audio, it's the video. I also have control over the like the text chat, the people who are allowed to chat, stuff like that, right? As a guest here, the only thing that you have control over is how you act in someone else's home. I stay here, I live here, you come and go. And in terms of interpersonally, there's a little demon in this whole thing, which is another discussion, but it's like the little evil in all of us. And some people, really make a big identity out of that. But there's a part of you which you might want to look at very deeply, because this is also, it's relevant because of the way I conduct this space, like the way I hold my home. I'm open for everybody here. I'm inviting people here. I'm welcoming you here. I'm not just accepting you. I'm inviting you. I'm welcoming you. I'm trying to do that, okay? To reveal you. To let you know that we've got resources here to support you financially and materially and spiritually. All that rolled up into one. But that you are coming here to look at me, to see me, to listen to me. And our actions we are responsible for. Can't avoid that. That's human law. So take responsibility for your choice to come here and listen and hopefully participate in this space. How much would you pay, KK? How much would you pay? This is another big topic that I'm looking at or working with. This has been a years that this has been going on, that people have wanted to work with me directly, and I haven't really done that with anybody except maybe Hung. So now I can see some thoughts, especially thoughts about how does it feel? Does it feel good? Does it feel bad? And then also thoughts about good and bad, because people were mentioning those words, which can be very problematic words. So thinking about the thoughts that have just happened, or being reflective about the awareness of those thoughts. There's something about, in a cult, it stood out to me in these cult things, and said some method for stopping thought or halting thought. But actually I think that gives me a lot of clarity. Halting thought allows me to be more perceptive about what's currently happening. And when I get lost in thought, that's when I stub my toe or drop something, or express anger outwardly. All right, everybody. So let's get some likes on this stream. Let's get some W's in the chat. Let's get some big donations in the chat, everybody. We're still technically in our 24-hour live stream, aren't we? Aren't we still technically in our 24-hour live stream? And there's definitely something in me as well that just wants to tell, like, people that I don't know I could convince to, like, follow or believe or want to bring energy into this space, like, just to say fuck you to those people. I don't know what that is. You know what I mean? Because those people must come around, these little sniveling people, right? They're sniveling people, and they're kind of, you know, they're saying, am I going to be convinced or not? Why don't you go and fucking do you know what, if you know what I mean? Because it's not, yeah, that's a good idea, KK. So it's not about the amount. Like, it's not about money. It's not about something in particular. It's just in real spaces, there are needs. There are spaces to be filled in, to be added to. And people need to do that. Something, maybe it's water, maybe it's food, maybe it's kindness, maybe it's forgiveness, maybe it's a joke. So this is kind of all a part of the training as well. It's just limited right now because of the technology. You know? And people's mental technology as well is limited, but, you know, they can go and, I don't know, go and listen to Ajahn Brahm, you know what I mean? Go and do something meaningful with their time. This isn't Reddit. Yeah, I believe what this person said. Well, that's good for you. And so what? Now I'm supposed to believe... Am I supposed to believe that you, in your belief of what someone else said, or am I supposed to believe in what someone else said that you're telling me that you believe? Not to get specific, because it doesn't warrant specificism outside of practicality. So what is the practicality here? And the practicality here is most often to it seems to me to stop getting wrapped up in things. But then I would think, wouldn't it be better if I was wrapped up in going to the gym, or wrapped up in reading books or something like that? Wouldn't that be better? But isn't that the same fundamental problem that I'm trying to deal with anyway? So shouldn't I just do what's easiest? What's most normal? What's most accessible? Doesn't that make sense? You ask that to a Buddha, you ask that to a master, they don't give a fuck. What are they supposed to be, your daddy and your mommy now? They're supposed to be your drill sergeant? They're supposed to become your slave, your Buddha slave, your Bodhisattva slave? Is that what Bodhisattvas are? Bodhisattvas are slaves? Is that the idea? Because you've got a problem, they have to slave to make you understand what the problem is? I don't think it works that way. And I don't know how it works. But the most clear place for me in terms of working or what works is immediate, is in immediacy. That does seem to be true. But this immediacy is inclusive of anything. You're not going to tell me to do something. Sometimes I say, hey, everybody, it's time to donate. It's time to make a donation right now. We're handing around the tithing bowl. And you say to me, you're not going to tell me what to do. Well, imagine me saying that to you. But all of that was just coming from, we need to meditate, don't we? We need to meditate. Do we? Do we need to meditate? But the meditative way is really good. In my experience, I feel like that. I feel that way. All right, do we have any questions here? Ego death. "90-day boot camp." All this stuff. You gotta close. And the meditation, it's not performative. It's not performative either. It's an experiencing. That's where your non-contrivance is going to come in. It's an experiencing. You're going deeper and deeper into that experiencing. You don't need to be having an ego death or not having an ego death. You don't need to be having any kind of experience or not having any kind of experience or being in a particular position of the body or the mind. You're just awareness looking at awareness. The mind looking at the mind. The mind resting in the mind. The mind resting on the mind. And stop. It's a stop sign. What's the most here? Let's do a poll. What is the most important part of any vehicle, any motor vehicle, any vehicle in motion? What's the most important part? There are all kinds of different flavors, senses, feelings, aspects, subtleties of our experience as human beings. Yes or no? All kinds of different ones. But it's like getting blinders on our mind's eyes, blinders on our experience. And then we're following along with, this memorized maze that we're in. We've got to get outside of the maze. I've got to get outside of the maze. We don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything. Who am I even talking to? Who are you? Who's the one who's hearing my voice? Who's the one who's hearing my voice here, right now, instantly? That's probably my advantage in relationship to this body and mind, is I'm hearing this voice sooner than you are, every time. I'm hearing it as it's spoken. But the idea is that the underlying mind in that is already empty. And that emptiness is shared. Empty. Non-exclusive to anything. No, everybody, look how all these people got it wrong. The brakes. The brakes. The brakes. We have to know how to pump our brakes. And no, people will not get an easy ride here. You're not going to get an easy ride. This is a exclusive club. Ha 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 ha. Well, you're the one that wants to get in, whatever that means to you. It's not easy. Feel free to block. I feel free to block people and all that. You want to be here? Send me an email. Send me $1,000. Write me a letter. Call me on WhatsApp. We'll have a conversation. I don't care if you do that or not, but I'm saying if that's you want to get in, you want to be a part of it. Well, your engine got you locked up, didn't it, Carrie? So I'm saying, what's the most important part of the motor vehicle it means that if you were to have all other aspects of the motor vehicle, that it would still motor. It's just an analogy. Don't think too much about it. But your engine, the problem is the problem, honey. Right? What does this sound like, everybody?
Think too much about it.
That sounds good. Okay, good. That makes two of us. Oh, how nice it is to be out of prison. And that's one of those things some people here will know about, especially people here who deal with addiction. You imprison yourself. Right? Maybe it's a drug addiction, maybe it's an emotional response, maybe it's a kind of relapse shame response. You imprison yourself. So this relinquishing releases imprisonment. It's not so easy to become imprisoned in this way. Understand? So that's, see how you're imprisoning yourself. See that. Especially when it comes to these coarse emotions like anger, greediness, compulsive, complicated thinking. If you're smoking weed, you need to keep the precepts. You can't do it. Your mind's all buggered up because you smoke a bunch of weed, because you drink a bunch of alcohol. You don't have a clear way of looking at the situation. Right? So, 5 precepts. Start by giving me money, and once you give me money, 5 precepts. Okay, you can also give me your body and your mind. You ever heard that story, Asmiel, of the that coke dealing guy who got enlightened in prison? Some white guy. All right, everyone. Well, thank you for joining. Looks like we've reached the end of our session. Wish you all the best on your journeys. Thank you for your support. Unless you happen to have something to add. That's a good rule of thumb. Hello?
Hello, is this Dr. Rob?
Yeah.
So yeah, I just wanted to ask you for advice. You know, my life has been miserable ever since this has been happening to me. So I would just
Who's doing that to you?
well, it was myself. I was on social media, and there was these people telling me I need to start mewing to change my facial structure, and I listened to them, and I started, focusing on my tongue for like most of the day, and it just ruined my life. It's like it used to be something that I would have to focus on thinking of, but now it's something I have to focus on not thinking of, where it's hard to not think about it, and it's taking over my thoughts and my life.
Well, why does it matter?
Well, it doesn't really matter to me anymore. It doesn't bother me that if my tongue is wrong, but the problem is that my mouth feels like uncomfortable because I trained my tongue to put a lot of pressure. And what I did was I went to my therapist to get this treated, and all they told me to do was get on SSRIs because they obviously don't know how to fix this. Because
Where are you living? Where's your phone number from?
I live in Maryland.
Where in Maryland? In Baltimore?
Yeah, Baltimore.
You live in the city?
Well, I live in Essex. It's like a town in Baltimore.
Okay. Yeah, you got some weird thought problems in there. In your mind,
Yeah.
you've got some weird thought problems in your mind.
I was hoping you can help me because you've been a monk for 8 years, right? And I think like some of the things with being a monk, like the Buddhists, I think you have some good ideas, and maybe you could help me with it.
Well, whatever it is, you got to help yourself. And you got to help yourself by letting go of yourself. Whatever that self is not really that important. It's like this idea you have about your tongue being in a wrong position. Just be aware of the position that your tongue is in and relax. And if that relax means that your tongue becomes more not in that position, relax with that. If it stays in that position, relax with that. You just seem to be thinking about things in a way that creates more problems and more confusion.
Yeah, I understand that. I also think I have OCD, but that's like a different issue. So can I tell you what I've been doing to fix it?
Sure. I mean, whatever, man.
So what I've been doing, I've been basically just ignoring it. So if my tongue just starts putting a lot of pressure randomly during the day, I just ignore it and just move on with my day. But it's been a couple months of doing that, and it mostly worked. But for some reason, like when I wake up, the first thing I do is think about it, and it's still here after all this time. After like 3 months of doing this, just ignoring it, it's still in the back of my mind, and it just won't go away.
You have like OCD or something?
I think I have minor OCD. Like for example, I won't touch glasses. I won't touch. I'll use my shirt to open doors and things like this, so my hands don't get on the doorknob.
Why do you think it's so important for you to take your thoughts seriously?
Well, I thought it was important for me start for the OCD one, or is this
Just any thoughts that you have. Like, why do you think that it's so important for you to take thoughts seriously?
Because I would believe that it would benefit me in some way of doing the right thing, if there is a right thing. But yeah.
What if there's not a right thing?
Well, if there's not a right thing, then I won't. But it's hard, man. Because for the tongue, there technically is a right thing, but it's not really important. But
Says who? Did God tell you that there's a... What's with that echo? What is this echo I'm hearing?
Like, seriously, Rob, that phone call you had the other day was rude as fuck. Like, seriously, Rob, that phone call you had the other day was rude as fuck. And you know it was. I don't have an ego, bro. You're not destroying an ego that isn't there. You're a fucking retard if you think you are, bro. So just stop doing that dumbass shit. Like, seriously, Rob, that phone call you had the other day was rude as fuck.
Hello? Hello?
Attended not only by Zen students, but by persons of all ranks and sects. He never quoted sutras nor indulged in scholastic dissertations. Instead, his words were spoken directly from his heart to the hearts of his listeners. His audiences grew large and angered a priest in the Nichiren sect because the adherents had left to hear about Zen. The self-centered Nichiren priest came to the temple determined to debate Bankei. The Master Bankei's talks were attended not only by Zen students,
At Seraph_Null donated 6 Israeli new shekels and 90 agarot through Super Chat. Doc, have you reached the daily goal yesterday?
I think we still have time, but we are about maybe $300 or $400 out from our goal. Or maybe more like $400 or $500 out from our goal. So the 24-hour live stream is still in effect. It's just a matter of the cause and conditions coming together to bring that energy forward to meet our goal. But we did. We raised maybe $400 or $500 yesterday. Should be. Why wouldn't it be?
At Seraph_Null donated 17 Israeli new shekels and 90 agarot through Super Chat. I'm happy I could contribute with my humble donations.
Well, let's get some W's in the chat, everybody. May this donation bring a wave of donations. Let's reach our goal, everybody. Let's raise $500 in the next few hours. It's 1:30 a.m. So we're well on our way. Text-to-speech is open. It's working properly. There's certainly a lot of excitement about what's going on here. In a certain sense. Where's your money? What's your situation, Laura? Why don't you introduce yourself, Laura, Studio Creative?
At Seraph_Null donated 17 Israeli new shekels and 90 agarot through Super Chat. With all honesty, does meeting me increase the chances of you opening a meditation center in Israel?
That depends on you, not on me. Your practice, your want to make something like that happen. We can definitely do it. There's no way to know what way life is going to go. I wouldn't say empty your mind. I would say, can't you see that your mind is already empty? That the emptiness of your mind is the perceiving quality, the you-ness. The you-ness is actually just confused emptiness. Yes, yes, yes. Trailer park people are very wealthy and very informed and very powerful teachers. I understand that. The lowest common denominator of Americans are very discerning meditators, philosophers, scientists, etc. I get it, okay? I apologize for my inadequacies to the trailer park people on YouTube.
At Seraph_Null donated 17 Israeli new shekels and 90 agarot through Super Chat. I would like to be part of the Sangha and help spread the message to our people in Israel.
Yeah, me too. That's, I don't know how relevant this is at this time, but that's one of those things. If you got the money, you're a meditation master. You're a teacher. You're successful. You know what I mean? So it's like if I had a bunch of money, I can open up a great meditation center in Israel, and I'll have a bunch of Israelis coming in and meditating because you got the money. The money's there to do it. A lot of people do this. They create these compounds, these cults for young people, and they indoctrinate them. And I was reading about this, something called the Monastic Academy. Some people might, I don't know if you're into that kind of stuff. I'm not that interested in it, but I almost went there at one point. I connected with them. You know, is this a cult? Well, no, because my work here is just sacrificing myself with these people. So the cults, the egomaniacal people, guys, people, ladies, they try to put you into this position where you're deepening your interpersonal relationship with them. I'm telling people to leave me alone and shut up and listen and keep a distance and, you know, please show your support if you want to.
At Seraph_Null donated 17 Israeli new shekels and 90 agarot through Super Chat. I got the money, but I'm still playing the regular game. I would love to exit that game and commit to spirituality.
Well, if that's the case, Seraph, your first step is probably coming over to Vietnam. I think Israel's pretty welcome here in Vietnam, and you know, you're welcome to do that. As you know, as I'm sure you know, as many people know. We do. We need, you know, we need to have a big space in Vietnam for people to come and stay and practice and enjoy the community and build the community. I was telling you, Seraph, Shiva, because we were playing a video game before we did a stream. And, you know, because we both kind of grew up with not having a father figure, too much of a father figure, really. Sorry, Dad, but, you know, you kind of fucked it up. And we weren't talking about that, but, well, we did talk a little bit about that, but we were talking about, Shiva asked me about, like, Seraph, and I said, you know, there's not really anything to say. He doesn't reveal too much of himself, and he likes to support. He likes to give money. So, well, it's in the process, Love's Vertical, and it's just a starting point. Who knows how the world is going to be moving, but it's just a starting point.
At Seraph_Null donated 17 Israeli new shekels and 90 Agarot through Super Chat. How do I exit the game toe? It's killing me inside, but I have responsibility for a lot of people around me. That's my dilemma.
Shut up. That's probably the first thing you have to do, is shut up. And once you learn how to shut up, then a conversation can happen. I can try to have a conversation with you, but until you can tell yourself to shut up, you're always going to be fighting an uphill battle. Shut up and breathe, or shut up and see, shut up and hear. Because you're always making it about yourself, and then not you personally, but you personally. You're always making it about yourself, and then when it's about you doing something that's selfless, you're also making it about yourself. So it's like a Chinese finger trap of ego. The harder you pull, there's not a solution in that. You're just going to keep fucking around with your fingers. So you actually have to bring your fingers together and release the trap, and then you have, two open hands. A discussion can take place. About options. But we think about it in a very stupid way. You don't think about eating that way. I've got a feeling that Seraph's a little bit on the heavy set side. You don't think about eating that way. I mean, I kind of do sometimes, but, I get around it. You just eat. You want to step away, you just step away. You don't need to think about it. So we're thinking about things that don't need to be thought about, and then things that could be thought about are just not practical, because you're not even willing to think about the things that could be or should be thought about or talked about realistically. Thank you for subscribing. Claudia, chillin'. Bob, thank you for subscribing. Well, they've had some big reports on them, Asmiel Prime, on like Substack. People just, I don't know. I'm not interested enough to investigate it to that degree, but people just saying they're very hardcore and they have very authoritarian leadership structure. So I'm looking at myself also. How do I really relate with people? But you don't get to have the same. It's like you don't get to have your peach cobbler and shit in it also, right? So it's like if you're in an online environment and somebody's yelling at you, that's not the same as you living with that person, with them as your teacher or them in a position of authority and them yelling at you. You see what I'm saying? I don't know. Because you get people that just complain, but I don't know the guy who people are supposed to be really complaining about. You see the views go up, you don't really know what's going on, you don't have any idea who's here, and you just have to practice with it. Yeah, detachment. Practice detachment. Practice mindfulness and detachment. So there's a difference between trying to make my mind a certain way or trying to make your mind a certain way versus trying to not make your mind any way. You see what I'm saying? So you're saying that like you get a free ride, because sometimes people try to troll, they try to get a reaction thing. It's a big community. It's a big thing that people do. You say, well, you're trying to get me to think a certain way, so I'm going to try and get you to think or feel a certain way. But if I was to say what I was trying to do, I'm not trying to make your mind anyway. I'm not trying to make my mind anyway at all. But maybe you're too conceited or self-fixated to be able to receive that appeal in terms of what's going on here. Maybe it's more or less true, but I think we should be a little bit self-reflective, open to being self-reflective about it. All right, everyone, we'll stop. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for coming by on our live stream. So please do leave a like, everybody. Leave a like. Please leave a like. Ooh. All right, you guys want to hear this? Do you guys want to hear this? So, some people here actually know a little bit about Buddhism? Question. And this is, of course, from what it's from. Why does the bodhisattva with a boundless body not see the mark on the crown of the realized one's head? Buddha, Buddha, Buddha. Answer. Really, there is nothing to see. Why? The bodhisattva with a boundless body is identical to the realized one and need not see further. It is just to teach you not to make up a view of Buddha, not to fall within the bounds of Buddha, not to make up a view of sentient beings, not to fall within the bounds of sentient beings, not to make a view of existence, not to fall within the bounds of existence, not to make up a view of non-existence, not to fall within the bounds of non-existence, not to make up a view of the ordinary, not to fall within the bounds of the ordinary, not to make up a view of the holy, not to fall within the bounds of the holy. Just have no views. This is the boundless body. If you have a view, this is called an outside path. Outsiders indulge in views, while bodhisattvas are not moved by views. The realized one means all things are as such. That's why it is said, the future Buddha Maitreya is also thus. The saints and sages are also thus. Thus has no birth, thus has no extinction, thus has no view, thus has no repute. The realized one's crown is complete vision, yet with no view of completeness, hence no fall within the bounds of completeness. Therefore the body of Buddha has no construction and does not fall within any measurement. It is provisionally likened to space, complete as cosmic space, with no lack and no excess. Be free with no issues. Don't force arguments about other states. If you argue about them, that becomes consciousness. That is why it is said that completion sinks into the sea of consciousness, flowing in circles like a whirlwind. Just saying, I know, I have learned, I understand, I am liberated, I have the principle. Where you're strong, you have your way, but where you're weak, you don't have your way. What's the use of such an opinionated understanding? I tell you to be free without issues. Don't use your mind deceptively. You don't need to seek reality. You should just stop opinions. Therefore, inward views and outward views are both mistaken. The path of Buddhas and the path of devils are both cut off, are both off. This is why when Manjushri temporarily produced a dualistic view, he was banished between two surrounding iron mountains. Manjushri stands for true knowledge. Samantabhadra, a lot of people have trouble with that name. I'm one of them. Samantabhadra stands for temporal knowledge. The temporal and the true quell each other. So ultimately, there is neither temporal nor true. They are just one mind. Mind, moreover, is not Buddha, not sentient being. It has no divergent views. As soon as there is a notion of Buddha, that produces a notion of sentient beings. The notion of existence and the notion of non-existence, the notion of eternity and the notion of annihilation, these become two surrounding iron mountains because you are obstructed by views. The founding teacher pointed directly to the original mind of all living beings. The fundamental essence is originally Buddha. It does not depend on cultivation and is not subject to a gradual process. It is not light or dark. Because it is not light, it has no enlightenment, and because it is not dark, it has no obscurity. Therefore, there is no ignorance and no end of ignorance. If you enter this school of ours, you need mindfulness like this. Seeing is called Dharma. Because of seeing Dharma, it is called Buddha. The non-existence of the Buddha and Dharma is called the Sangha, referred to as the unobstructed community. This is also called the three treasures of one substance. The seeker of Dharma does not seek fixated on Buddha, does not seek fixated on Dharma, does not seek fixated on the Sangha, but should have no object of seeking. Because of not seeking fixated on Buddha, there is no Buddha. Because of not seeking fixated on Dharma, there is no Dharma. Because of not seeking fixated on the Sangha, there is no Sangha. You are expounding the Dharma right now. How can you say there is no Sangha and no Dharma? Answer. If your view is that there is a Dharma that can be expounded, this is seeking me through sound. If your view is that there is a self, that is being in a place. The Dharma is also no Dharma. The Dharma is mind. This is why an ancestral teacher said, when this mind Dharma is transmitted, when has reification of Dharma ever been Dharma? When there is no Dharma and no original mind, only then do you understand mind and the Dharma of mind. In reality, there is nothing at all that can be grasped. This is called sitting on the site of enlightenment. The site of enlightenment is simply not producing any views. Realizing that phenomena are fundamentally empty is called the empty repository of realization. Fundamentally, there is not a single thing. Where is there any dust? If you get the meaning of this, you are free. What is there to argue about? Question. Fundamentally, there is not a single thing. Then, is no thing right? Answer. Nothingness is not right either. Enlightenment has no affirmation, yet it is not without knowledge and understanding. Question. What is Buddha? Answer. Your mind is Buddha. Buddha is mind. Mind and Buddha are not different. So it is said, this very mind is Buddha. Apart from mind, there is no Buddha. Question. If one's own mind is Buddha, when the founding teacher came from the West, how did he transmit it? Answer. When the founding teacher came from the West, he only communicated the mind Buddha. He directly pointed out that your mind is originally Buddha. It is because their minds do not differ that they are called masters. If you see what this means immediately, then at once you transcend all the stages of the three vehicles. This has always been Buddha and doesn't depend on cultivation. Question. If so, what Dharma do the Buddhas of the 10 directions expound when they appear in the world? Answer. When the Buddhas of the 10 directions appear in the world, they all just expound the Dharma of one mind. This is why the Buddha intimated it to Mahakashyapa. The substance of this Dharma of one mind comprehends space and pervades the universe. It is called the theory of all Buddhas. Stick with me for a sec. Or don't. I don't care. How can you understand this Dharma in verbal statements? It is not a matter of seeing it in one situation or one state either. This meaning can only be gotten by silent accord. This method is called the teaching of no contrivance. If you want to understand, just master having no thought. You get it by sudden realization. If you deliberately try to grasp it by study, you become further and further away from it. If you have no divergent thought, no grasping and rejecting thought at all, only then do you have a part in learning the way. Question. Right now, there are actually all sorts of random thoughts. This is where people get a little bit upset. This is where people tend to be a little bit disturbed about the directness. Literally couldn't be more incorrect, Kiki. That's very strange. It's a very strange comment. This is very, very deep, deep teaching. Too deep for our community for sure. But question, some of it can break through, shine through. Question, right now there are actually all sorts of random thoughts. How can you say that there are none? Answer, delusion fundamentally has no substance. It is produced by your mind. If you recognize mind is Buddha, mind originally has no delusion. How can you arouse the mind to go on to recognize delusion? If you don't excite the mind and stir thoughts, you will naturally have no delusion. So it is said, when thoughts arise, all sorts of things are produced. When thoughts cease, all sorts of things disappear. Question. Now, just when random thoughts are presently arising, where is Buddha? Answer. When you are presently aware of random thoughts arising, this very awareness is Buddha. Wonderful. Here, if there are no random thoughts, there is no Buddha either. Why so? Because you are arousing your mind to produce the view of Buddha, then you say there is Buddhahood to attain. You produce the view of sentient beings, and then you say there are sentient beings to liberate. Arousing the mind and stirring thoughts is all in your views. If you have no views at all, where is Buddha? It's like the case of Manjushri. As soon as he produced a notion of Buddha, he was banished between two iron-enclosing mountains. Question. Now when we awaken, where is Buddha? Answer. Where does this question come from? Where does awareness come from? Speech, silence, movement, stillness, all sound and form are all Buddha's affairs. Where would you look for Buddha? Don't put a head on top of your head, or add a beak to a beak. Just don't conceive different views. Mountains are mountains, rivers are rivers, monks and nuns are monks and nuns, lay people are lay people. Mountains, rivers, earth, sun, and moon, stars and planets are all not beyond your mind. The whole universe is yourself. Where are there so many lands? Outside mind, there are no phenomena. Filling the eyes, green mountains. The realm of space is clear. There is not so much as a thread or a hair for you to fabricate views and interpretations of. Therefore, all sounds and forms are Buddha's eye of insight. Phenomena do not occur in isolation. They only come to be dependent on context. It is because of them that there is so much knowledge. That is why Shakyamuni spoke for 49 years without saying a single word. Question. If so, what state is enlightenment? Enlightenment has no affirmative state. Neither did Buddha gain enlightenment, nor have sentient beings lost enlightenment. It cannot be attained by the body and cannot be sought by the mind. All sentient beings are the manifestation of enlightenment. That's beautiful. Okay, you satisfied, Laura? Is that satisfactory? All right, well, thank you everybody for being a part of this live stream. Really enjoyed putting this on for everybody. We're almost at our goal. We're almost at our donation goal for today, everybody. We're almost there. So don't be shy to support. I mean, it's just, I don't know what it is. I want people to feel pressure and be able to make their own decisions. I don't think that people should be offended by feeling pressure. And I wouldn't even say that I'm trying to pressure anybody to donate. Not anybody specifically. I wouldn't want to do that. But you don't get what you don't ask for. Make the donation now, okay? X Machine, I can't help you because you're not generous enough. You got your head too far up your own ass for me to help you. You better be poor. You better be poor. We have a tithing culture here, a culture of tithing. Here, let me have the AI explain it for you. Oh, this is crazy. New York Just Be Temple, geez Louise. I'm gonna catch up. But that's one of the things I don't like. I don't like when people use this as like a LARPing chat room, or like this is their chat room. This is not your chat room. This is absolutely not your chat room. And I've got no problem banning you, kicking you out. Especially if you don't you don't offer anything here. Only thing that you offer here is your ass, your stink, the stink of yourself, the stink of your ego. What would be the reason for not just shoving you out the fucking door? As you're making noise, pointless self-referential noise. You need to be aware of yourself, okay? Aware of the way that you're acting.
At Smack1 he donated 10 New Zealand dollars through Super Chat. Sri still trying to figure out Streamlabs.
Thank you very much, X Machine. For major donations, everybody, this is our official PayPal donation link. So if you like to make a major donation, you can use this PayPal link right here, and that'll show up instantaneously. You can use debit card, you can use credit card, anything. Easy peasy. What am I doing? Good, good, good. We can contribute to society with our lack of views, not holding any views, right? Isn't that what it said? Isn't that what it said? It said not holding any views. So you remind me, don't hold any views. Okay, but don't bother me. Don't try to bother me about that. If you say you don't have any views, great. If I say I don't have any views, great. Good for me. Good for you. Good for everybody. What did it say? That's the practice point. You guys want to know how to practice meditation? Well, listen to what it said here. When you are presently aware of random thoughts arising, this very awareness is Buddha. Right? Does that click? Does that connect? So then what's that awareness? Don't you want to meet Buddha? Shugyo Rengekyo. Vanny, if only you were as intelligent as you thought that you were, we could probably have a conversation. No, you probably could. I don't know who you are, but I'm sure you're smart enough to have a conversation. Shugyo Mrekyekyo Hangonyo Eo. Yeah, too much distraction. too much ego, too much self. All right. Well, we'll open up the space, just a final opportunity for anybody who wants to ask a question. If you'd like to ask a question, if you'd like to make a donation, going towards our 24-hour live stream goal.
From Spanish. They are. Do not try to enslave people around you. They are the way they are. Take charge of this one life, yourself. If you do this one thing, every life around you is available for transformation. But you want to change people, not going to work. You rise, transform yourself beyond all your limitations. You can change every life around you, not just human beings. Even.
Fifth course, I made all this money, but the thing is that each of the other courses still gave you skills. You just didn't have all of the skills to create the outcome. And so let's say there's 20 skills. The first one taught you 4, the next one taught you 4, the next one taught you 4, and the last one taught you the last 4 that you needed, and all of a sudden you made $1. So you attribute all of your success to the guy who gets you the outcome, but each of the other things that you went through still contributed to it. It just wasn't enough to get you across the finish line. And so this is why I have a tremendous respect for teaching in general, because the likelihood of success is really high. And I would say that I've been probably the number one student.
How's everybody feeling? Everybody feeling good? Everybody feeling good? You just gotta stop thinking about stuff like that. It's really that simple. You know, it's this, it's that, it's this time, it's that thought, it's having a dream. It's just, it's random thoughts. Every thought that you have is a random thought. Look at it that way. But that awareness of those random thoughts is Buddha. Are we like here together right now? Honestly? That would be crazy if we were. I mean, it is. It's surreal in some sense. Being here. You know what I mean? Hello?
genuine question, you know how to ask. Okay? You know how to ask. Now's the time. It's time to change. It's time to transform. It's time to transform. And it's time to change. Stop waiting to change and transform. Right now is the time. The only time to do so. We are waiting for not a complete fool to ask me a question. If you are not a complete fool, and you can send a super chat donation, you can ask me a question. Oh, you don't like what I say? Well, you feel offended? That's right. Because that means you're a complete fool. Otherwise, you wouldn't be offended. You're
James Cleary 202 donated $1.99. How do I achieve unity with God?
Have you not been paying attention to what I was saying this entire live stream? Because maybe you just came a few minutes ago, like a second ago. If you've been paying attention and listening to the sound of silence, you would have gotten it. And it's not too late for you, James. Here's the answer. Thank you very much for your question. We appreciate people sending donations to ask their questions. If you have a question in mind, send it forward now. And the answer is you don't become with unity with God. There is no God. It's questions time. Okay? If you have meaningful questions, you can send a donation. You can send a super chat. If you have useless questions, well, that's the flow of the chat. It's a bunch of useless comments and questions. Most of them. Not all of them.
Jesus is King 10000 donated €2.49. You are offended, so that means you are a fool?
If I say something to you and you feel bad, oh, he disrespected my ego and I feel offended, you must be an idiot. Makes perfect logical sense to me.
Joe knows 3,882 donated $5. How does your daily routine reflect your deepest belief?
We are actually waiting for genuine spiritual questions, not just fill in the time. Fill in the time with speaking. This is not that kind of live stream. I brush my teeth. That is the deepest sense of my spiritual wisdom. When I have clean teeth. thank you very much for your super chat. Thank you very much for your donation. And if you have further donations and if you have spiritual questions to ask me, now you can.